Okay, good morning. We might get started then. I'm Alicia Payne, Chair of the committee. We've got Deputy Chair Nolan Marino, Senator Matt O'Sullivan and Senator Andrew McLaughlin. I want to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we're meeting this morning, and I declare open this public hearing for the committee's inquiry into the importance of Antarctica to Australia's national interests. In accordance with the committee's resolution of the 8th of August 2022, this hearing will be recorded and the proof and official transcripts of proceedings will be published on the Parliament's website. Those present here today are advised that filming and recording are permitted during the hearing, and I'd like to remind any media who may be present of the need to fairly and accurately report the proceedings of the committee. I now welcome representatives of the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Great, thanks, Chair. I've just got a really short opening statement. It's Sean. Oh, sorry, my name's Sean Sullivan. Didn't listen to your instructions. Sean Sullivan, I'm Deputy Secretary inside the department.
Thank you.
I'd also begin with an acknowledgement of country and pay respect to the traditional.
Sorry, if we just get the names, and then I've got to do a bit more of.
Sorry.
You
want to introduce
and then
everyone?
I will get to your opening statement.
Okay,
sorry.
sure.
Emma Campbell, Head of the Division for the Antarctic Division.
Thank you.
Kelly Buchanan, Branch Head of the Policy and Strategy Branch in the Australian Antarctic Division.
Thank you all for coming this morning. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing of proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. And I now invite you to make an opening statement before we proceed to members' questions.
Great, thanks, Chair. I'd also begin with an acknowledgement of country and pay respect to the traditional and original owners of this land, the Muwinina people, and pay respect to those who have passed before us and acknowledge today's Tasmanian Aboriginal community who remain the custodians of the land. I understand over the last few days the committee's had a chance firsthand to witness some of the incredible work that's being undertaken by the Antarctic Division to advance Australia's scientific and geostrategic interests in Antarctica. We've got some amazing staff with an incredible mix of skills, and some of those people are here joining us today. Australia is a leading Antarctic nation, and our presence and activities in Antarctica and our world-class science ensure that Australia continues to be among the most influential parties in the Antarctic Treaty System. We welcome the inquiry, having just successfully completed our first full Antarctic season with the RSV Nuina, and we're now commencing work on the next update to the Australian Antarctic Strategy and 20-year action plan due in 2026. Thanks, Chair. We look forward to providing information to the committee.
Thank you very much. So we've seen some commentary around the amount of science that is happening, and I was just interested if you could talk about what the investment in the most recent budget will do to enable you to continue that really important scientific work that AAD does.
Yeah, thanks for the question. We, as Mr. Sullivan talked about, are doing a significant amount of work. In the upcoming season, we're really excited to have 3 major multidisciplinary campaigns. We'll continue work understanding the Denman Glacier, which is one of the large glaciers in the Antarctic territory, and also the sea around the Denman Glacier. And so those are 2 multidisciplinary campaigns, and then continue our work on the Million-Year Ice Core, which is really drilling down deep into the ice to support understanding of climate over a million and potentially up to 2 million years. The recent budget, government provided additional shipping days for Noina, our new icebreaker, which will allow 60 dedicated shipping days, so will allow the Denman Marine voyage to go ahead, and that will be Noina's first ever dedicated marine science voyage, so we're very excited about that. We finished commissioning of that vessel for that voyage only last month, so it's really new, and also government provided significant investment to increase the capability of Noina with additional crewing to allow that vessel to happen. So we're really excited about that.
Excellent. Thank you.
It's important to note, Chair, that since, just to put those in terms of numbers, because you asked about the budget, the government's provided since October 2022 $1.28 billion in additional funding for the Antarctic program. And as Ms Campbell alluded to, a lot of that is allowing us to do more world-class science than we've been able to do in the past.
Excellent. Thank you. And we've seen and heard about the breadth of work in the Antarctic program, from complex operations to science to environmental management to diplomacy and geostrategic interests. Can you tell me about how you work across government to achieve outcomes that deliver whole-of-government outcomes?
Yeah, happy to. Really, and you've seen over the past few days, the work we do is much more than environmental, being part of the environment portfolio and the environment outcome. We do important national security elements of our work, and we work closely with, for example, the Department of Defence through Operation Southern Discovery. They support us in our program, and we work closely with them, and also agencies across the national security system on the national security elements of Antarctica. Antarctica is managed under international treaty, and so we work very closely with our diplomats and our colleagues in Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. For example, at the recent Antarctic Territory Consultative Meeting held in May, DFAT, my colleague at DFAT, Adam McCarthy, was the head of that delegation, and I joined him as well, and we had officers from both our departments representing Australia in that really important decision-making forum under the treaty. We work closely with Department of Fisheries, Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry and Australian Fisheries Management Authority on managing on the really important fisheries in the region, in understanding krill, toothfish, icefish. We work with science agencies, including the Research Council, Geoscience Australia, BOM, CSIRO, ARPANZA, to do the important science work down there. We're working with Department of Infrastructure on the Wharf and the Stadium Precinct. So really, it is a whole of government effort that we're coordinating and working with our colleagues across government on that.
Thank you. And obviously, as I said, we've seen and heard about the really exciting science capabilities that we have, and obviously science could always have more funding and do more things. But in your view, is there anything specifically missing from our science program, either due to constraints in funding or resourcing?
So, yeah, people will always want more. And so one of the challenges we're facing is a lot of pent-up demand as a result of the COVID years. And Noina was a year late in arriving. And so there is a huge demand for work in Antarctica and some pent-up demand. What we're doing, and we recognise science needs long-term funding, long-term certainty for planning. Working in Antarctica is hard, and science always takes long lead time. So we're talking about multiple-year planning horizons. And we're doing some work on understanding our forward position, and the work with the decadal plan through the Science Council is helping that work and really setting out the long-term framework. Additional funding for science voyages have given us certainty to plan science voyages in the short term, but we need to do the work about what's the next 10, 20 years of science voyages and science work in Antarctica looking forward. I might introduce Ms. Bartley as well. Hi. Introduce yourself first.
Thank you, Chair. Rhonda Bartley, the Acting Branch Head for Science. As Ms Campbell said, there's certainly a lot of demand and interest. The Australian Antarctic Science Program is very well subscribed, and we have a very active network of Antarctic scientists that are very keen to make the most of our capabilities to be able to undertake science at our stations and in the deep field, and particularly using the amazing capabilities that we've got on RSV Noina. the Antarctic science is critical in our understanding of global systems and the impacts of climate change. And of course, you know, as there is growing understanding of those impacts, there's obviously an emerging and growing need for the science to provide that information to improve our estimates and our projections of what that change may be. So there's certainly interest in the community and interest at a strategic level in expanding science in those areas as well.
The good thing, and I'm sure that you were briefed on this over the last couple of days, but for the public record, being able to undertake dedicated science voyages over the next 2 years is incredibly important. But coming back to your original question, we work to what our budget is, and the demand is there to do more, and the desire to do more is there, and I think. But that's really a matter for government moving forward, and the next 2 years is really important in terms of establishing that capacity with respect to dedicated science voyages.
Great, thank you. I do have some more questions, but I will go to the Deputy Chair now. And I just want to note as well that we've had Senator Antic join on the phone.
Thank you. And look, thank you for what's being done in this space. I think we've had a very good view of that in the last day or so as well. Mr. Sullivan, you mentioned the budget. I think you said a $1.28 billion injection over time. I wonder if what is the actual annual budget of the AAD, and even I'm aware of the 804, I think it was, million that was injected in 2022 and some subsequent. I wonder if we could have a breakdown of the total funding and what is new and what is not in that space. I understand you might want to take that on notice if you don't have those figures available, but that's just one issue. The second issue, the decadal plan, I'm particularly interested in where that's up to and when that will be placed on the table and whether it will be reviewed so that we can all have a look at what that next decade looks like. Both of those, if I could have some response on those, please.
So on the first question, and then I'll pass to Ms Campbell, we will take it on notice to make sure we get that right in terms of giving you an explicit understanding of what the figures are. We'll go back to 2022, because if that's where I started, and go out in terms of the forward estimates. But we'll give you a breakdown of what the funding was 2022, and then what's actually been injected into the Antarctic Division's budget since then.
Yeah, I'm very, as of the last couple of days, the need for the science piece, which is in part what I'm very interested in, the amount of days that are dedicated to science in what NOIENA does, and so where the budget sits in each part of what's ahead here, particularly in relation to the decadal plan in budget sense, but also in the physical sense of the deployment of this vessel for its primary purpose.
Yeah, we can get you the budget breakdown. At a high level, our operating budget next year is this year, we're in this year now, is 268 million. It is all, for the most part, is departmental funding, so it is one line in the budget papers. There is 5 million of administered money for the Australian Antarctic Program Partnership, which is a partnership with UTAS, and that's administered funding, but the rest of our money is in departmental money. But I will move on to the decadal plan. So we've been working with that for some time now. There's been significant consultation with the science community to come up with the science outcomes that are priority for the science community, and I'll get Ms Bartley to talk about those outcomes in a second. We're now working with the Science Council to effectively put those science priorities into the government's strategic context and the department's strategic context. We're working with the Science Council, and the Science Council includes a couple of independent members, but also representatives from the universities, from the major partnerships, and the key government agencies. So, for example, Geoscience and Bureau of Meteorology. We'll be working through that through the the next few months and aim to have something finalised in the near future. I don't want to give a time frame. I've given time frames before and those have slipped. It's important to get it right and work with the science community, the Science Council and across government on that.
It may be, and I understand what you're saying, however, we do need to get this done. It's been on the table for some time, and I think for any federal government looking ahead at how they may or may not finance the activities here, the sooner that lands, along with the decadal plan that goes with that. And I'd be very interested if you could supply a time frame. I understand I don't want this to just keep being pushed out into the never, never. I'd like to see that as soon as possible. I know in one of the previous reports, I think there was a request to have that on the table in the next month or so. And so I'm particularly keen to see that so that it gives guidance to future governments.
Yeah, understand. We'll work with government on, and timing of that release will ultimately be an issue for government. We're continuing to work on it, including the budget implications of that plan. I might get Ms. Bartley, with your indulgence, to talk about the consultation and the process that we've gone through in terms of the engagement.
The engagement is probably understand what you've got to go through, but I'm very interested in the timelines and this not pushing out any further than what it's already been, because it's been in train for some time.
Understand.
It has. Thank you, Deputy Chair. We have undertaken a really comprehensive engagement process with the Antarctic science community. It's been a terrific opportunity to engage with scientists from very well-established subject matter experts right through to early career researchers, who obviously will be the next generation that will be delivering on this decadal plan. The focus of that work has really been to understand what are the key questions that we'll be facing over the course of the next 10 years, taking the knowledge that we have and projecting that forward to understand what are those key questions and what are the key outcomes that we're looking for in this decadal plan. That has been quite a detailed and exhaustive process, and it has taken some time to do that, but it has been important that not only are we gaining the insight and the expertise from the whole of the cohort of Antarctic science, but also that they're a party to the development of it, and so they have that opportunity to see how their work will feed into the future of the Antarctic science program. We've had over 200 Antarctic science experts provide that input, and a further 50 experts who have really focused in on prioritising those key questions. The process we're now undertaking is to formulate that into that strategic document, and then undertake that further consultation as well as working very closely with the Australian Antarctic Science Council and the new chair, Dr. Gales.
So, Ms. Bartley, do you have a reasonable idea on the time frame for that particular document that will land and then have further consultation? Do we have an idea of when that would be, please?
Again, we're working with the processes, and we'll work with the timing from government as well. So I'm not sure that I can provide any more insight into that than Ms. Campbell has.
Thanks, Chair.
Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the last few days with those site visits. It's been very informative. Thank you. I just want to ask, there's some runway upgrades happening at Hobart Airport. Will any of these have any impact on AAD or RWF flights this summer?
Yes. Thank you for your question, and I'll ask Mr. Filipovski to join me at the table as well. So Hobart Airport is extending and strengthening its runway over this coming summer. There will be some impacts on the Antarctic season. We've been working with the airport on that, and effectively what we're understanding is that the first half of the season, between October and Christmas, we won't be able to use the Hobart runway for the Antarctic aviation operation, so we're exploring other opportunities, and I might throw to Mr. Filipovski to talk more.
Thank you, Ms Campbell. Matt Filipovski, Acting Branch Head, Operations and Logistics. As Ms Campbell outlined, the Hobart runway works will have restrictions on all aircraft operations between October and Christmas. That's also will impact our operations largely due to the widening and strengthening of the runway and the construction works that will be ongoing at that point in time. As Ms Campbell said, we're looking at alternate operations just for that interim period between October and Christmas at this point.
So would that involve potentially a different airstrip and you'd have to truck materials in and out, or what are you sort of looking at?
Yeah, we're exploring different airports, but potentially, for example, Launceston for one of our planes, and it does add complexity to our operations. We'll need to move cargo and passengers to different takeoff and landing points, so there is some complexity on that. One of the things I will add is the runway upgrades will support the Antarctic program in the years beyond this. So there's some short-term pain for all of us and for runway and users of the airport, but there is long-term benefit, including for the defence plane. So it'll be a bigger, easier runway for them.
So apart from the increased logistical challenges that will impact upon this season, will it have any science or program impact down on the continent?
We're working to minimise those impacts. Do you want to talk further about that? We're still exploring what we're doing.
Yeah, thank you. The season plan is designed in advance of the Hobart works being fully understood, looks to be able to be achieved in full. The mitigations that we're working both inside the AAD and the AAP, but also with ADF, we've got some solutions that look like we'll be able to execute the plan without impacts on the science as planned, particularly for those remote field scientific efforts being Million Year Ice Core and Denman Terrestrial Campaign.
Okay. Just on another matter, it's been reported that the AAD has sought to rescope the works for the Wharf redevelopment for Noongar. Can you explain these?
Yeah, happy to, and I'll ask Mr. Boxall to join me. So we've been working with TasPorts and the Tasmanian government on the arrival of Noina and the support for Noina for many, many years. We started proper commercial negotiations with TasPorts in November 23 on Wharf requirements. One of the things, and we got a cost proposal that was very high for us. We've gone back to basics with TasPorts and Tasmanian government about what we need. I think TasPorts has gone on the public record saying that we had asked for state-of-the-art, top, very expensive wharf facilities, and so we've really just gone back to these are the basic things that we need, which is about the descriptions for the wharf, and so we've provided that to TasPorts.
Boxall, did you want anything?
Philip Boxall, Branch Head, Assets and Technology Branch at the AAD. No, I think you've captured it all, Ms Campbell.
Thanks. You look like you might have a follow-up question.
Well, I certainly do. Thank you. When you look at that plan, does it involve the future potential needs of what you might need at the wharf itself, given that there's been discussions and some views around the potential for a second ship for the AAD in the future? In your discussions and with the planning around the redevelopment and area around the wharf, does that allow for AAD to be able to increase its activities and capacity and the servicing of that at the port into the future?
Thank you, Deputy Chair. So in relation to the information that we provided to the Tasmanian Government, we've provided what's required to support RSV Noina. We've also provided a list of other vessels that we may want to utilise throughout the program in future years. So that has been provided to the Tasmanian Government to be considered in relation to the development of the whole wharf, not just in relation to Wharf 6.
Yeah, because that broader precinct area and the access and servicing and the land backing and what might be needed even in the movement of prime movers and others in that section ahead, and particularly if there's more than one vessel.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just one final one from me. There's been previous reports around workplace culture issues at AAD. Can you tell me whether these problems are persisting And also, what was the latest quarterly survey results in that regard?
Thank you. You refer to some significant culture problems we've had in the Antarctic Division, and those are really highlighted in an independent review into workplace culture done by independent consultant Lee Russell, and that was released, her report was released just over 12 months ago. The department responded with a really significant action plan and took that the cultural issues very seriously, and we've spent significant work over the last 15 or so months working systematically through the range of recommendations. We released, and it's available on our website, but happy to provide it to the committee, a 12-month implementation plan on that report, which talks about the range of things we've done to address and improve culture. We recognise it's a long-term journey to improve culture. So the department's action plan is a 2-year action plan, and Ms. Russell talks about more than 2 years' worth of work to address culture. So that work is ongoing. I think everyone would say we are not where we want to be yet within the division, but we're continuing to work towards that. The report that I referred to does have some of the pulse survey results, our recent one. The most recent one was released to staff this Monday, and I completed it myself on Monday, so we'll have results within a month or so for that.
And so the report that is on your website, is that a sort of a synthesis of that, or is it the actual, raw data?
The report on the website really goes through each of the actions and the actions taken. So it is an output report. So it's the things that we have done more than the outcomes that we have achieved. And part of that is the data, for example, from our pulse survey hasn't yet. Our 2 pulse surveys were, I think, taken from memory in November and February this year, and they didn't show a large change in the outcomes that we're seeking to achieve. We hope to get the APS Pulse staff census. That is released. The Secretary might already have it. I don't have it. Within the coming weeks, and that will give us a 12-month-on snapshot, and we'll continue to monitor that.
So can you publish that? The survey results?
The pulse survey. The staff survey results. The department, I expect. Do you want to talk to that?
So part of that is it goes to a level of detail, and obviously there's a level of comment in there that really is an opportunity for staff to say the good, the bad, and the ugly. I think the synthesis approach is we're trying to protect people's privacy as well as trying to give an indication of how we're travelling. And it is that is a long-term commitment as well, leading to a further independent review after 2 years following Lee Russell's report. So we're in for the long term here, Senator.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that, and thank you for the efforts you're making. I'm just the synthesis report. Is that who's doing that work? Is it AAD or is it independent?
It's done inside the department in consultation across our central people area.
Right.
But
is it audited at all? So, not suggesting that there's any kind of glossing over of issues, but if it's independently audited, then you know that it's.
The report that we've done now, and on Ms. Russell's suggestion, was we do a 1-year sort of stock take of where we've gone, and that's the report that's just come out. That report was done, and we do have a reform council inside the department, which includes Ms. Russell helping us guide our cultural activities, but it is an internal document. The commitment is that in 12 months' time, we bring in an independent person and, for example, have Lee Russell redo her original report so that we have an independent look at the system when there has been time for change to have occurred.
So in terms of that assurance, and I see where you're coming from, the Reform Council that Ms Campbell talked about, I lead that Reform Council. It has 3 independent members, as well as staff representatives across the division at different levels. Okay. And so there is a high degree of transparency inside that committee as to understanding the problems, recognising the problems, recognising the the seriousness of the job at hand in terms of cultural reform. And again, we're being very transparent in terms of those results, even at a synthesis level. We're not. There's a degree of as Ms. Campbell said, we would have liked to have had better progress than we've got today. But a lot of that is really the cultural reform journey is really hard, and with the level of public scrutiny that happened with the release of the report and the department's response to the report, and then subsequent enormous public scrutiny around budget, the Noyina, the Wharf. We're also trying to make sure that all the good stories and the great work that's being undertaken are put into the public domain to try and lift morale as well, because all those things weigh on people, and particularly for those, not only in terms of our international reputation, our domestic reputation, but for the staff who work in a community where the Antarctic Division has a very high profile inside of both Tasmania, but also Hobart and the Channel Country, and so it is a really difficult thing for us to keep navigating. But we're really committed to it. We're not trying to bury these things and say everything's fine here and we'll move on. This is a long-term commitment that I know the Minister, in terms of discussions with both Ms Campbell and myself, pays a huge amount of attention to make sure that we're trying to move that dial of cultural reform as quickly as possible and as extensively as possible.
Can we get, just as a supplementary, the list of the members of that committee? You said 3 of them are independent.
Yep.
What does that mean? They're from another department, or?
So Lee Russell, who did the original review, has been on the Reform Council. Mark Tucker, who is an ex-public servant who has a long, and also still on the board of IMAS. I think you visited IMAS, but was an expeditioner many years ago.
Right.
As well as Sue Bird, who works from a people perspective and has an ongoing role with respect to coaching inside the division as well as the staff representatives.
Okay. Thanks.
If I could just have a follow-on question before I come to Senator.
Sorry, I need to check to make sure that the staff members who are on the Reform Council, is that in the public domain of who they are, or do we?
We probably wouldn't release the names, but we can talk about, there's a range of different 5 staff
It's really
members.
just those independents.
Yeah, okay.
You've answered the question, you don't need to take any further.
Obviously recognising the complexity of cultural change and that it can take time. You mentioned that the report is about outputs, not outcomes. Are you able to speak to some of the outcomes, like some areas where you have seen improvements and areas where you've mentioned there's still work to do? So which are those areas?
It's a really hard question, and we talked about this in the Reform Council because there's a real hunger to show progress. I have anecdotal stories and my own anecdotal stories about where I've seen improvement. And for example, while the Russell Review certainly talked about terrible behaviours in terms of sexual harassment and bullying, and certainly that was some of the headlines, it also pointed to really significant problems of governance, and our budget management issues that were in the Senate inquiry last year are part of the cultural issues that we faced in the division. I'm really proud that this recent financial year that we've achieved budget within less than 1% of our budget for the year, when the previous year we'd had a $40 million overspend. So, really significant changes on culture, governance culture. I think the recent season plan, there was some positive feedback about how that was done transparently and openly between branches so that we could balance a range of outcomes, and there's been some tension between different parts of the organisation and effectively winners and losers in that. But I don't want to overstate the vibe, because really we're looking to that pulse survey for that data, and that's really important rather than just my views about what's happening.
Okay, thank you. Senator McLaughlin.
Whilst we're on Russell, just for my benefit and clarity, Russell did the review, and they now sit on the council that's engaged with the division on its journey. There was also an indication that Russell might do the subsequent review. Can I suggest to you that wouldn't be appropriate, given Russell is overseeing the implementation, which I don't have a problem with. Did I misinterpret that?
No, I think Lee's involvement, I think, will likely come to an end in terms of Reform Council, and we'll look to refresh that independent membership as well. Because I take your point, if there was an ongoing day-to-day or month-to-month engagement, then the degree of independence from the second review could be put in question. However, we need to weigh that up against that, hopefully a period of time where Lee is outside the reform process, can come back and actually do something that's very much like for like, because while Lee's work was based on extensive survey work, it was also based on 300 to 400 hours of one-on-one conversations, and that is incredibly invaluable in terms of having a comparison as well. But that'll be a choice for 12 months. I think Ms Campbell talked about the possibility of that, and it is just a possibility. We'll look at that come this time next year.
And it was a possibility of Ms Russell's involvement, not the possibility of the report.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've just asked you to
But understand
reflect on that for your own benefit, rather than I don't ask from a point of view. Whilst we're on the, I have other questions in relation to site inspections on Antarctica, but just whilst we're on the Wharf, and see if we can, we have representative of the Tasmanian government coming in a little bit later. I'm just trying to clarify what the public position, I'm not trying to unpick your negotiations because they're obviously in confidence, is the position that the Commonwealth seeks the ability to wharf 2 ships at the same time?
That's...
is that an aspiration? I'm just trying to break the...
I mean, part of that is around our contingency planning for potential need for 2 ships, whether that be a particular function or a particular task that's in our forward plan. The key challenge is at the moment is to try and get certainty around berthing for the Nuina. Yeah. And just coming back to the point in the question that Senator asked around scope in terms of us resending or formally sending out our specifications for Nuina. We know a lot more about that now than we flagged as a potential 2 years ago or 18 months ago in terms of conversations. It's also, scope is different in terms of conditions, because with the extended budget for dedicated science voyages, we can use up to 260 days at sea, which means only 100 days potentially as a maximum being berthed here. So we're actually looking at that in terms of the conditions, that we're not basically then having to stump base costs for a wharf that's only used at maximum 30% of the year. So I think part of that is they're part of the negotiations in terms of moving forward around the wharf and our requirements, and then what are some of the conditions to make sure that we've got not only priorities but access, but also confirmed access whenever we need it.
The point about the 2 ships at the same time. When in the Antarctic summer, when we have ships coming back for resupply, we want to spend as little amount of time in Hobart, so we're back down doing the important work. I don't envisage that we would have 2 ships doing resupply at the same time. Partly I say that for my cargo team who might be listening and is shuddering at the thought. We would need to stagger it for the reins of logistics. So I don't envisage that we would ever have 2 ships under active work at the same time.
My question's coming from aspiration rather than immediate budget. So at some point we have long lead times on this, and we have, from an outsider's perspective, we have a potential oval sitting there. I don't want to get into Tasmanian oval politics, being a South Australian. And if the Commonwealth invests, which we have to, into giving you the capability of not only docking your ship, but maybe another ship maybe in 10, 15, 20, 30 years. Are we injecting into the negotiations some forward thinking, or are we restraining ourselves to the immediacy?
So,
Because I don't want to, there'll be a senator sitting here in 20 years' time saying, why did we not do X?
so part of the discussions with state government is about Hobart as a gateway for Antarctica.
Yes.
And so when we're talking about multiple ships, I urge you to think about that in the context of other nations.
Yes, I was
using this. And so that's definitely part of our
I didn't restrict it to an Australian ship, my question.
Yeah. And it's also, well, I'm not going to comment either on the stadium. It is a package around the wharf. It's not just the wharf. It's wharf side infrastructure.
Correct.
To support that. It's also about making sure that in the future we don't have to run the engines while it's at shore, that we can then reduce our emissions by using shore-based power. So basically, in terms of looking forward, we're saying we've got all those things on the table to say we need to. This is our aspirations, but some of those, particularly in terms of portside infrastructure, is critical. It's not just the wharf. It's about how Ms Campbell talks about cargo and basically getting resupply done as efficiently as possible, making sure we take into account the biosecurity arrangements that are necessary, etc.
But you would have said at some point there's a tipping point where the aspirations of the Commonwealth and its desire to be a major player in the Antarctic will be frustrated by infrastructure, potentially, if the gateway is not fulfilled.
Well, that's the purpose of trying to. And look, we would have ideally made more progress than as Ms Campbell said, we started negotiations late last year. Obviously, there was a Tasmanian election in the intervening period. That we're only just coming back to almost to ground zero with respect to our specifications suggests that we need to move quicker than we are moving at the moment.
So, if I understand your evidence, we are injecting into the discussions as a Commonwealth a longer-term vision, potentially also to assist other nations.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Do you have any line of sight on when all this is going to unpack itself, or are we we're still in the hurly-burly of discussions?
Look, I think...
When would you like it? An easier question for you. When would you, leaving
possible.
aside tomorrow...
As soon as possible, honestly.
Yeah.
Because there's also a lag time. It doesn't magically appear. There will be a construction time, both in terms of the wharf but also the supporting infrastructure as well. So in terms of certainty moving forward, as soon as possible. And I think that's been the feature of my minister's sort of comments and negotiations, as well as to try and cement this and get this in place as soon as possible to give certainty not only for the Australian Antarctic program but for Hobart as the gateway.
Chair, I'll hand back to you, but I have some other questions on another topic.
Did you want to?
Given that we're talking about the practicalities, one of the issues, of course, is the fuel. And is the preference of AAD, is it the barge option, or is it a pipeline with the redevelopment as that occurs? What's the most practical? When you've talked of power and other landside needs, are they all being factored in to the precinct planning with what's ahead here?
So I don't want to re-prosecute ground we've already gone over with previous committees, but our ideal solution would have been able to refuel by going under the bridge. At the moment, obviously that's a decision from Tasmanian Harbour Master with respect to that. In terms of a barge, we've talked about that with Tasmanian Government at some length. But obviously there's a commercial proposition there for a barge for the Tasmanian Government that goes beyond the Antarctic program, because a barge would also make it a more attractive port for other vessels that also couldn't go under the bridge, but then can be refuelled as well. So it's not just about the Nuina with respect to a fuel barge. There's a broader business case there for the Tasmanian government. At the moment, we do incur additional costs and time, and it's more the time issue with respect of going to burning. However, to some degree, we've been able to use that time to look at commissioning, additional commissioning of the ship, so it hasn't been wasted in terms of travelling time. But again, as part of that package around a gateway, it's not just about the wharf; it's about wharf infrastructure, shorter ship power, as well as refuelling options.
Mm. Yeah, Chair.
Okay. Did you want to jump in on that? No. You.
Okay, thanks. It would be remiss of me as a Western Australian not to ask about the options. I mean, Western Australia is very keen to have Nuina be based over there and AOD to have its operations operate out of Western Australia. These negotiations with the Tasmanian government would sort of come into that frame, I guess. So, you know, how urgent is it for you to have these issues here locally resolved so that it doesn't, you know, enable a very ambitious Western Australia to make an even better offer?
Look, I think the government's been pretty clear about saying we want to continue Hobart as a gateway for the Antarctic program, not only for the Australian Antarctic program, but for potentially other international partners who use Hobart as a place in terms of their voyages south. And obviously, there's capacity for additional ships to do that. Look, we have used Fremantle in the past. As I think the season before last, we had to use Fremantle for one of our ships that we had in place that suffered mechanical damage or suffered a grounding that we needed to get it back to port as soon as possible. But in terms of the immediate process for us, we're negotiating in good faith. The whole Macquarie Point redevelopment is based on an intergovernmental agreement where the wharf is part of that at reasonable terms. I can't remember the
Reasonable commercial terms.
Reasonable commercial terms. So we're committed to that. As I said, the more that slows down or doesn't show real progress, then obviously that pressure becomes more. And I won't be parochial and just say that's just Fremantle. Because obviously the benefits of the Nuina berthing has huge economic benefits for wherever that happens. And obviously that's part of what's in the public domain at the moment in terms of that debate, in terms of how much the Antarctic program as a gateway in Hobart actually injects into the Tasmanian economy.
Can I just, with the wharf redevelopment, do you feel that the current plan sufficiently is future-proof for the possibility of, you know, what needs there might be, a second ship or other things that may change into the future? Is the view of the Antarctic division being part of, you know, is it being factored into that planning sufficiently?
Yeah, I think so. We've worked closely with the Macquarie Point Development Corporation, who is looking at parts of the precinct of the Macquarie Wharf, and there is provision there. Wharf 6 is Tasport's preference as the best option for Nuina in the long term, but there are also plans, Tasport has plans to update the whole of the Wharf precinct to allow increased shipping for example, for other ships. Those could be Antarctic ships, so including potential more ships for us, and working with the precinct also on a mixed-use zone, which would have potential office spaces in the region. And so there's a lot of work there on that. Again, we're focused with our negotiations with Tasports on the Wharf in the immediate term.
And sorry, I'm aware others have questions. So just, I don't know, this is sort of going back into the past, but I think important to understand the fact that the Noyena can't go under the bridge. At what point was that? How did that come about? Was it the understanding that it could, and did Tasports change their assessment, or was it that the design of the ship changed during that process? If someone could just give us a quick rundown of what.
I might get Mr. Boxall to talk through.
So I'm happy to talk to that, Chair. So it's my understanding there was a provisional acceptance provided by Tasports on the original designs. The design of the vessel did not alter at all in relation to the beam of the vessel. And I think the Deputy Secretary mentioned that we had a new harbour master came on board. That provisional approval was then rescinded, and we're told we're no longer provided permission to transit under the bridge.
Right.
So we worked with Tasports through the design of the vessel. As late as February 2022, we had conditional approval for RSV Noyena to transit under the bridge from the former Tasports Harbour Master, and it was subject to completion of marine pilot familiarisation program and some simulations. We commenced that formal approval process in January 2021, and then during the vessel assessment process, Tasports raised some concerns, and then in August 2023, we got formal notification from Tasports that they weren't comfortable with Noyena transiting under the bridge.
Okay.
And to be honest, we never expected 24/7 access to go under the bridge. We always understood there'd be conditionalities put on that with respect to wind, tide and time. But there was a complete turnaround, in our view, from February 2022, where we had conditional approval and nothing had changed, and to then not being approved.
And that was coincided with the new harbour master coming on. Is that the?
I'm not going. I won't judge that in terms of just the new harbour master. There were additional simulations done, and then they made a risk-based decision to go back on that conditional approval.
Okay. Thank you. We'll go Deputy Chair, and then I'll come back to you, Senator McLaughlin.
The issues around the practicalities for running the 260 days now that you're likely or being able to actually be active, what proportion of that will be dedicated to the science part of the work of AAD, please?
So in the coming year, we'll run a 60-day dedicated marine science voyage, which is the Denman Marine that I talked about. So that will be just science, not commissioning. We will, and we continue to work with Noyena on science during resupply voyages. And for example, in the past season, we had some bad weather at Mawson, and we did some radar work and found a new canyon, for example. I'll get Mr. Filipovsky to talk about, or Ms. Bartley to talk about science other than the Denman 60 days and the 200 resupply days.
Happy to speak to that. You will have seen on Noyena there's a great array of instrumentation on the ship that allows us to undertake underway data gathering. We also have great capacity to undertake underway sampling of krill and other marine species. So there's a lot of the work that we can do while the ship is in transit between Hobart and the stations to undertake resupply activities. We also have a program of deploying and retrieving moorings, so a range of different mooring instruments, but primarily having instruments that are sitting on the bottom of the ocean for a year or longer. We have acoustic moorings that are particularly listening out for whale sounds. We also have moorings that are very actively looking at krill populations and obtaining that data in a passive sense. But it does require the ship to be able to go and deploy and retrieve those moorings as well. So in our coming shipping schedule, we do have some days taken out that are dedicated to undertaking those mooring activities, which will take the ship slightly off its resupply track to those specific locations where we've got those activities underway. And then, of course, we've got our 60-day dedicated marine science voyage as well. So scientists are very innovative in finding ways of getting the most out of whatever opportunities and facilities are available. And I think a really important part of the design and the operation of Doyena is making the most of that time while the ship is at sea and being able to gather everything from, atmospheric data right through to, as I said, that undersea mapping and data gathering as well.
So thank you for that, Ms Bartley. But is that 60 days dedicated to science, specifically to, is that the
Yes.
answer at this point?
Yes, so that 60 days is particularly to support the Denman Marine voyage.
Right.
So that's a dedicated voyage, so there's no resupply activities happening associated with that voyage. That is purely to undertake science activities.
Do you have more, Chair? Because I have, yeah, go for it.
I don't, but I think Senator McLaughlin.
I just have a couple of questions on the site visits of other nations' camps, and I'm interested who actually makes the decision to go to which camp, and I appreciate there will be some other factors regarding logistics and weather. But is that made at the higher level of the division, or is it an on-ground issue?
No, in terms of site visits or formal inspections.
Formal inspections, yes.
Under the Antarctic Treaty System, we work very closely with the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade to decide on our inspection program, and we're working towards what's the long-term vision of that. There are logistics constraints, so we do need to work very. Constraints might be logistics consequences in terms of going to stations, so we do need to make sure that we can do the right inspections but also have them supported, and sometimes that means deploying, for example, helicopters so that we can have access to locations, but we do that closely with Department of Foreign Affairs.
Is the relationship with the Department of Foreign Affairs, as in advising them you're doing it? Or is it a collaborative?
It's a collaborative.
Decision?
We would do, for example, inspections we did last year of the French station. We were collaborative inspection between Foreign Affairs and us, and we had inspectors from both departments on that deployment. And I think Ms. Buchanan might correct me if I'm wrong. We've always had Department of Foreign Affairs involved.
I'd need to confirm for all of our programs. We've had 11 inspection programs over a number of years, so I'd need to confirm the participation in all of those. I can do that on notice. But it's absolutely a very close relationship with the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade in terms of both planning for and then undertaking inspection programs.
So I was a member of the public, and excuse my ignorance or lack of familiarity with your webpage. Is that made public once the decision's made about where you're going to go? And how do we, as a member of the public, understand the outcomes or the findings?
We don't talk publicly about our plans for future inspections, partly because under the committee we try to reduce the amount of time that we tell other countries that we're inspecting. The formal mechanism is under the Antarctic Treaty Consultative Meeting. We appoint inspectors for the year ahead, and we let other countries know, for example, that we have inspectors appointed. And then we do the inspection, and that is reported to the annual Antarctic Treaty Consultative Committee meeting with a report. And so that meeting was made this year. It's once a year, and that report is tabled in that meeting and made public with the outcomes of that.
So how much notice do you have to give to the other nation?
We're not required to give notice. There are, I guess, considerations in terms of being able to achieve access at certain times. So depending on the situation, we may take a decision that we will provide some notice in order to be able to access visibility and access the station in the way that we'd like to. So it's very much designed on a case-by-case basis. In the most recent inspections that we did with France, we did that as a reciprocal arrangement, and we worked closely with France in the immediate lead up to those programs to agree on access to different facilities and things. But the way that we would conduct inspections would be different depending on what we're interested in looking at and where we're going.
Is it our ambition to ultimately inspect every other station on the continent?
Our area of
I'm not putting a time frame on that. Is it our aspiration as a nation?
Our aspiration as a nation is really focused on the Antarctic territory, and there's a number of stations within our territory. Most of our inspections, certainly in recent time, have focused on our area of interest, and all countries do inspections. Sometimes we've done collaborative inspections with other countries, so we go in together to do. We're working through what our long-term plan is on that inspection regime.
I picked up, I think either in my reading or on your excellent briefs over the last 2 days, and thank you for those, that the French expressed some concerns regarding some of our remaining rubbish. Whereabouts are we at with remediating the rubbish?
Yeah.
I use a general term, rubbish, but
Understand.
refuge.
Australia, like I think it's fair to say all Antarctic nations really struggle with waste, dealing with waste. We have been on the continent for a number of years, and our modern appetite for environmental management and waste management are a lot stronger than they were in the past. So we do have legacy issues. The French inspection raised issues around one of our known legacy sites. We have we're looking at that, and there's funding provided for that to understand the full scope of the waste area, including through mapping and developing a cleanup plan. It's not as simple as just going in and picking up stuff. We don't want to make things worse, for example, when materials locked in ice. And so we're working through that process, but our aspiration is certainly to clean up and meet those responsibilities. One of the things I will say is Australia's been working internationally to develop cleanup manuals with all countries, and we're a leader in that in the Antarctic Treaty System. And so it's really about understanding how to do the work, planning to do the work, and then getting that waste back to Australia.
So do we have an overarching plan outside of results of inspections to remediate as much as we can? Sort of a long-term plan?
That's certainly our aspiration, and yes. We've got a range of sites. The French raised concerns with our Wilkes site. We were certainly aware of that and had been looking at that for some time.
Yes, I was just moving on from the consequences of the French inspection.
Yep.
But do we have a leave-aside aspiration? Are we embedding in our planning remediation for legacy issues? And obviously the next question is, are we building that into our budgets?
I talked about investment for understanding the waste issues. That's part of that process, is to develop a costed, actionable cleanup plan. Talking to my scientists, sometimes it might be better to leave things in sight because it might be more disruptive to move it and bring it back, for example, and cause worse environmental harm. So we're working through that process. So I wouldn't say we have a plan yet, but we have a plan to have a plan, if I can put it that way. And we're working actively towards that.
In terms of this year, or coming season's plan, that would have already been factored in, I imagine, in terms of the Cleaner Antarctica program. There'd be dedicated parts of that which would then require basically budget allocation to do.
Yes. Yeah, my question's coming from the fact that you'd want it ultimately embedded into your budget processes and your budget bids as it goes on.
Yep.
So we get cleaner and cleaner.
Yes.
One last question. Are we measuring our whole environmental impact, both here in Tasmania, transit down and back? Is there a place I can look at where we're measuring our environmental impact?
Might get Ms Buchanan to talk about this.
I mean, I'm coming from the point that science is very important,
Yep.
but, you know, there's always a trade-off
Yes.
in these things, and aspirations also have environmental costs.
So we certainly report on, for example, carbon emissions as
Yes.
part of the department's annual report, and we're looking at figures on that now for the upcoming annual report. We also take environmental impact assessments for our activities down south and look to minimise those impacts. Part of our Cleaner Antarctica work has looked at for example, wastewater and led to upgrades in wastewater. So we're certainly looking at that and monitoring that. Ms Buchanan, anything else to add on?
I would just add there are provisions both under the Antarctic Treaty, the Protocol on Environmental Protection at the international level that depending on the scale of activity requires environmental assessment prior to commencing, and we also have domestic legislation that requires permitting of activities in Antarctica, and we're active in issuing permits that require a certain standard of activity in relation to environmental protection under that legislation as well. Each project that is underway is required to account for itself in terms of meeting those permit conditions. I'd need to confirm for you a site where you might be able to find information about that in the public domain, but I can take that on notice.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Look, just one question, Ms Campbell. Thank you for raising the issues around Australia's territory, and the treaty's been mentioned here as well. In your work with DFAT and in relation to Australia's territory, what's the view on whether there's an increasing or decreasing focus on Australia's sovereignty and its claim in the Antarctic? Are there pressures there that we are facing?
I'm just trying to understand the question. I think we continue to focus on our work in Antarctica, including looking
Are there
after
pressures from other nations? We've got several players there and others potentially interested. Is that in any way any additional pressure on our sovereignty and claim in Antarctica?
No, our position is our sovereignty is established under Australian legislation. For example, Mr Sullivan talked about increased budget and increased activity, so we're doing more work in Antarctica.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your attendance here today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, could you please forward it to the Secretariat by Friday the 16th of August, please? And you will also be sent a copy of the transcript and have an opportunity to request any errors. And I just want to take the opportunity to thank AAD for all you've done over the last couple of days to share your work with us. We've had a fascinating experience and really appreciated your generosity with your time and showing us around. And yeah, it's great people. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you.
Looking around, no, ties aren't compulsory. One of the 6 tie rules I have. There's some rules in the past. I did.
It's got fruit.
go. What do I have to say? Reopen the hearing, please. I now welcome the representatives of the Tasmanian Government's Department of State Growth to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Thank you. Craig Anthony Limpkins, Secretary of the Department of State Growth.
My name is Tara Martin. I'm the Director of Antarctic Tasmania within the Department of State Growth.
Thank you for being here today. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing of proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to make an opening statement before we proceed to questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tasmania is a globally recognised gateway to the Antarctic and the Southern Oceans and hosts the Antarctic operations of a number of international Antarctic programs. Tasmania is the focal point of Australia's Antarctic activities with a strong sense of history, environmental and cultural connectedness with the Antarctic and Southern Oceans. In Tasmania, the sector provides almost 1,000 full-time jobs and contributes more than $183 million per annum to our economy. Through training at the University of Tasmania and the employment opportunities through the sector provides an important career pathway for Tasmanians in science, engineering, technology and manufacturing. This facilitates the critical retention of our young Tasmanians within the state and it attracts qualified professionals and students to the state. As an Antarctic gateway, we are proud of Tasmania's role in the important scientific research that is currently undertaken by the AAD. We are also proud of the Tasmanian Polar Network, our peak Antarctic industry body. The Tasmanian Government has issued an Antarctic Gateway Strategy 2022 to 27, developed jointly with our key stakeholders and underpins the Government's commitment to the sector. Importantly, the strategy identifies key infrastructure upgrades, projects as well as critical to the success of the state, as well as the world-class Antarctic Gateway. The strategy also determines that substantial technical support and research infrastructure is required to attract increased international visitation and support opportunities for collaboration. Critical ongoing research is also important for our state. Now more than ever, understanding and protecting the Antarctic ecosystem is of critical importance in managing the global impacts of climate change. It has been established in Hobart that is the longest concrete of cold climate research in the world. The Tasmanian Government plays a key role in our nation's commitment to the Antarctic Treaty System and the Australian Antarctic and Southern Oceans activity. I believe it is widely recognised that the significant Antarctic gateway infrastructure is required to support Australia's Antarctic endeavours. We are working on that. Tasmania's capability and capacity to support AAD and attract international programs is also critical to Australia's national interest in the Antarctic. I look forward to the committee's questions.
Thank you very much. I just want to go straight to, obviously, one of the issues, key issues here is the Noyina not being able to go under the bridge. I'm just interested if you could, what is the state government's plan to address that?
So the state government hasn't had any requests from AAD to reassess the conditions set on it, and neither has Tasports. So at this stage, we are not progressing any other, apart from we are looking at alternative solutions, such as a fuel barge, and we are committed to providing safe and sufficient refueling solutions for all vessels visiting Hobart. Within Tasport, while Tasport's decision is not to allow the Noyina to transition under the bridge, we are considering alternative refueling options at the moment.
Okay, so what you mentioned the fuel barge, and that's something that other witnesses have brought up as well. Could you talk through the desirability of that option and the cost, and whether that could be when that could be delivered?
So the Tasmanian Government commissioned a reviewer for refueling solutions, which also considered the access to fuel for not just the AAD, but also other port users, cruise ships, etc. In 2023, the Premier asked the Department of State Growth to lead the development of a solution with stakeholders to undertake a market-based process of commercial solutions. At this stage, we are currently working on an expression of interest document to be able to release to the market shortly to enable a fuel solution to be tested for Tasmania. I cannot go into those detailed commercial matters at the moment, given the fact that we are about to go out to a live procurement, and that would be detrimental to the state's interests. But what I can indicate that the department with TasPorts are currently working on that, and we hope to be able to release that by the end of the year.
Okay, because I mean, obviously the importance to Hobart and the state of being the Antarctic gateway is clear. You know, that's don't need to ask you to spell that out. But given that, and you mentioned that AAD haven't asked you to reassess it, but surely this is a priority of the state government to, you know, what was the impact on that gateway of the ship not being able to actually refuel here? Surely this is something the government's trying to address.
As I said, Madam Chair, the state is focused on providing refueling solutions. Should ultimately the decision on whether the vessel can go under the bridge is a decision for the harbour master in TasPorts. I am advised, as I said, that there has been no request to reassess it, and the current decision of the harbour master still stands.
Do you think there should be a request to reassess?
That is a matter for AAD and the federal government.
Okay. You know, I'm not an expert on sort of maritime matters. I'll just get that out there. Yeah. But you know, I think if that's been the assessment, I don't really see why that would be different if nothing has changed. So, you know, is there a plan to work around the current situation? Like,
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Well, as in,
apologise.
I don't think it seems to me that if the decision's been made that it can't go under the bridge, I can't see why that would change with a reassessment. But
the state's position is that the harbour master, who is responsible for safety on our waters, has made a decision regarding the Nuina. As I said, the government asked the Department of State Growth to look at alternative solutions. The alternative solution that we have explored and believe is a viable option for both AAD plus also other commercial vessels is a fuel barge. And so to progress that, where we can actually test the market and see if if there is a market interest in delivering that service instead of a state delivering that service, we're about to go through an open process in partnership with TasPorts to actually determine whether that works. If that works, obviously there are contracts with a third party to work through, but if not, and if there is a defined market failure, then there is a question for governments, either federal or state or in partnership, on what option do we go forward on. But at this stage, the state's position is we will test the market to see whether it is a viable commercial activity, which is what we believe it is based on the reports which have been released publicly through our right to information work or policies, and then we will make further decisions after that point.
Okay. Thank you. What's the timing around that process?
We hope to have it released by the end of the year, subject to government decision making and workloads.
This is the
EOI document.
The EOI.
Yeah. Expressions of interest. Sorry.
So, is that sorry? Just talk me through the process.
So the state has actually has a report completed by, let me get you the exact company who did it, Thompson Clamp, who are specialised marine expertise, who has provided some advice to the state on how we can run an expression of interest in the commercial market for a fuel barge. So what we are doing is preparing an expression of interest document to go to market to see if a commercial provider, a fuel provider, BHP, Viva, lots of different Ampol would run and build a fuel barge to service not just the Nuina but also other commercial vessels off our port.
Okay.
And so once we release that to the market will have the opportunity to respond. It's kind of like an open procurement process. It'll be assessed, and then the government will be able to make some choices on that.
Okay. But that's not coming out until...
As I said, we are hoping to have it out before the end of the year. We are working as quick as we can with TasPorts to undertake the work that needs to prepare us for that release of the document.
Okay. Thank you. I might leave it there for now, Deputy Chair.
Thanks, Chair. And thank you both for being here. When you're looking, the other options besides the fuel barge, one, are there any? And then within that, the Hobart City deal and the proposals for the precinct that we see emerging with around the port itself, are there other options for permanent fuel supply and services, given what would be needed in that development itself and the potential to include some of the key services into the port itself as part of that?
Can I just seek clarity on that? When you say key services, do you mean onshore power?
I see all underground services. If you're going to run a whole range of civil and underground services as part of that plan ahead, would the needs of the port, given the criticality of the port and the capacity to service not just now, but into the future, the critical needs that you need landside as well as portside, what are the potential options that could be included or will be included in that type of precinct planning?
Dr. Martin.
Thank you. So the work that was undertaken to look at a fuelling solution in the Port of Hobart did consider several options. An underground pipe into the port was an option which was considered. The time frame required to deliver that and the services which would have to travel through at the moment don't meet the requirements of the RSV Nuina in terms of tying. So in terms of an immediate solution, at the moment, a fuel barge would be the fastest solution.
That's currently, but in the future, if we're looking at a permanent long-term option, as you redevelop, are there options other than the fuel barge?
Indeed, and I might defer to the Secretary if he has greater information than myself, but it is my understanding that as part of the Macquarie Point plan, some options are being considered, but they are still the matter for live conversations. Do you have any further information on that?
As Dr. Martin said, we have looked at it in relation to providing fuel to the services.
Power and a whole range of other
things.
As
you would be aware, the state has committed to build the Macquarie Point Stadium at the Macquarie Point. That is the current focus for us. At this stage, there is land in the precinct that has been publicly put out for future work in relation to either Antarctic AAD moving there consistent with the city deal or other type of services. That work is currently not occurring, but there are areas left in the precinct plan or the draft precinct plan to enable that to happen in the future. In relation to Macquarie Point, the focus at the moment is the delivery of the stadium consistent with the AFL timeframe.
Because I think there was sort of some areas or some additional proposals for additional science capability in that area as well.
And all that feedback has been considered as part of the Macquarie Point precinct plan, which is required under the federal financial agreements with the Commonwealth, and those areas still remain.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Yes, just a couple of quick ones. With regards to the bridge and the decision by the Harbour Master, did AAD ask to see the modelling undertaken by TasPorts to make the decision?
I'll jump in on that one. This is a question for AAD. This is not one that I was party of, but it is my understanding that AAD was part of that decision. So did see the modelling as part of that decision.
And I also understand that AAD was an active participant in the scenarios that was undertaken by the Harbour Master.
Were any other alternative modelling scenarios undertaken at all?
That's a question for AAD. I'm sorry. The Department of State Growth was not involved in that. Ultimately, it was a decision between the Harbour Master for Safety and AAD, who conducted all the modelling and work, is my understanding.
Like the chair, I'm not a maritime expert. My understanding, rudimentary understanding, is that parameters were set, determined based on wind and currents and whatever else, that are, I guess those extreme events. We heard evidence earlier that that AAD would have, that there's only certain times that they actually do need to get through and refuel, so could operate in more calmer conditions. So were any other alternative models considered? For example, if it was calmer and there weren't the winds, and that it could have been feasible for them to go through. So and I appreciate that question could be asked of AAD, but from TasPort's perspective, was there any other model considered?
So I can only answer for the Department of State Growth. The Department of State Growth was not involved in the modelling of the work. It was a matter between AAD and TasPorts.
Okay, that's all for me. Thanks.
Thank you. Senator McLaughlin.
Just picking up on your comment regarding the focus at the moment on the stadium. If the stadium is built in the current public location, does that prevent, and let's say the arrangements come to pass that the Wharf is also used for the division, Antarctic division, does that, from a land holding perspective, prevent the consolidation of all the divisions' infrastructure? For example, out at Richmond, can Richmond be co-located theoretically? And can we then have the possibility of two ships or two nations using those facilities? And I'm coming from the perspective of, obviously, there's customs bonds, there's biodiversity clearance. As a visitor to the city, I note two locations, some distance, potential for double handling. Is it possible with an oval to have the whole division singularly located in theory?
So I'm probably going to start this by saying my Premier is very passionate about having the entire AAD located at Macquarie Point, and delivering on the Antarctic Facility Zone commitment under the city deal. The concept of this precinct it really is significant. It brings together all the areas of collaboration. The work that has been happening with the Department of State Growth, Macquarie Point, the Stadiums Tasmania, regarding both, and the Commonwealth, both in regards to the stadium and the broader precinct, has made provision in the precinct plan for the full Antarctic Facility Zone as part of the Macquarie Point Urban Renewable. We would need to have conversations in more detail with AAD in regarding to stacks and concept designs, but we have made that precinct, as I said, that precinct available should they want to do it. We encourage and look forward to ongoing conversations with the Commonwealth Government regarding that, because we do think it is critical to the success of the state and also our Antarctic gateway in the future.
So in essence, just so I can understand your evidence, putting the oval where it is doesn't rule out, from a purely practical perspective of land and scale, having the whole of the division in one place.
So
within, I know there's parameters within reason, but at the moment.
So based on what I have seen as the chair of the project steering committee and the broader precinct, I do not believe there is any impediment for that delivery going forward.
I appreciate the negotiations
conversation. So
I appreciate. I'm not trying to tease out the negotiations of the budget. I'm simply from a land holding perspective. It's not impossible.
Yeah, from my point of view, from what I've seen and all the reports, it's not impossible. So.
I'll just hand back to you, Chair.
Sorry.
I think I may have exhausted that line of questioning.
Okay.
in relation to the Oval.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I was just going to, just to clarify what you've said earlier, is it worthwhile for AAD to seek that reassessment that you spoke about earlier, that there hadn't been a reassessment of the potential for Noyina to go under the bridge sought by AAD? Do you see that there is any useful purpose for that request, given the process that's already occurred?
I understand that both TasPorts and the Harbour Master would if AAD made a request, would consider that request, should a request be made.
Right, okay, thank you for that. And you've mentioned the Hobart City deal. Can you just give us an update of where each component of that is up to, please, in relation to this particular precinct area?
I am going to have to take that one on notice, I'm sorry, because the Hobart City deal has a number of components.
Yes, it does.
I'm happy to take that one on notice and provide that to the committee. I'm also happy to provide to the committee a copy of the request for information that has been publicly released in relation to the fuel barge. It's on our website, but for the committee's ease, I'm happy to provide that as well.
Right, thank you. Chair, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator McLaughlin.
Just back on that previous line of questioning. So just for benefit of my clarity, when, thank you for saying that, it's certainly the current land disposition does not restrict the division moving down to the Wharf, if that's ultimately what the Commonwealth and State agree to. Does that include, in that assessment, is that the existing consolidation of the existing footprint of the division, or does it also include some aspirational components of giving services to other nations? So what are the sort of thinking in the planning for real estate?
Yep.
Are we being a bit more aspirational in that the division footprint may enlarge, given the aspirations not only of the Commonwealth but also other nations using Tasmania as a gateway?
So what we have done so far is enabled provision in the precinct plan for the requirements to meet the city deal components of that. There is, and once again, I'm happy to provide the committee with a copy of the precinct plan. It's on the web, but I'll provide it. You'll see there's some other areas around that are set aside for commercial, parkland movement, etc. So there is space broader in the precinct for conversations about that, but my understanding at this stage is we have made the precinct plan consistent with the city deal, which is the commitment that the Tasmanian government and the federal government have committed to explore as part of that arrangement. So.
Right. I note from the visuals there's you've got a working port and you're potentially going to have an oval. Will the oval, is it just an oval, or is it, excuse my ignorance as a South Australian, or is that going to have shops and hotels embedded in the oval, which is a more modern concept of a stadium?
So the precinct plan outlines that there is 23,000 seat football stadium, which is roofed with Tasmanian wood, which would be the first of its kind in the world. It also has a number of areas set aside at the moment for commercial, the AAD and other type of boutique areas. Those areas have not been worked through yet. As I said, the state's focus at this stage is the delivery of the Macquarie Point Stadium consistent with the AFL deal, and then we would move to doing the other areas, such as the affordable housing under the federal financial agreement and the commercial developments, and potentially AAD as we move on.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Sorry, I know we've sort of covered this, but are you able to give us the current status of the Macquarie Wharf part of the redevelopment project?
Macquarie 6.
Yes.
Yeah. Wharf 6 is where AAD is proposed to go. So TasPorts has been and DSG have been engaging with AAD since March. We met last week. We've got more meetings today. We are under active commercial negotiations to ensure that we can provide redevelopment of the Wharf and Wharf site infrastructure at Macquarie Port 6 to accommodate the new INA over a 30-year operational lease of the vessel. And so those negotiations continue. We are working very in good partnership with our federal government colleagues and look to bring that to decision making of both governments as quick as we can.
Okay.
In relation to traffic movements around the port itself, in the precinct planning, given that we've got some pretty heavy-duty trucks and vehicles coming in and out of there on a regular basis, and the need to be able to manage that really well within the sporting precinct concept as well, and the need for significant land backing for future port activities, that balance, the planning that's going into that, especially in relation to AAD and what it might need in the future, and the other nations, the sort of provisions in there for actual physical land capability and traffic management, very much part of the process that's underway.
100%. So the state is pushing the Macquarie Point Stadium through a project of state significant process. As part of those processes, we actually need to complete a detailed mapping of the entire transport system, not just now, but also 20 years into the future. Yeah. In the Department of State Growth, we also have our transport team, and so my transport team are very focused on this, and not just, and we are working with TasPorts and about those truck movements as well. And so there will be a detailed report lodged as part of the project of state significance that will be independently assessed. But what I can commit to you is that all of those work have been done. We have also, if I talk about, in the 2023-24 season, we receive visits from USA, France, Germany, China and Chile, not just AAD, we received, a number of other vessels coming from states. And so what we did was make sure that all the transport modelling included those type of visits from other nations to our port as well.
If I may add to that, I know there have been a lot of questions around the potential for a second icebreaker, for example. If we count Noyina, we have had 7 icebreakers visit Hobart in the past summer. Some of those have been in the port simultaneously or concurrently. That's normal operations for Hobart. There are a number of wharfs along Hobart waterfront, aside from Wharf 6, which are capable of accommodating an icebreaker.
I just don't want to see the heavy vehicle traffic coming from a transport family and background, the heavy traffic that needs to move even out of the port, and even in my part of the world, in the Bunbury port, the critical nature of that free-flowing traffic and the amount of issues that you get to deal with in that space to enable the port to do its work and AAD to do its work, really, really critical in the longer term.
As I said, the report is very detailed and does look at all those type of matters. It will be publicly available once the project of state significance has been lodged. We are not there yet, but the Department of State Growth's transport team, who do all the network planning, traffic modelling and everything, has been fully engaged through all that work in relation to that.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Thanks. So does the current Wharf 6 plan, how does that take account of future needs, for example, a second ship or...
So the Wharf 6 plan, as you've heard this morning, that's under negotiation at the present moment. But as I've stated, there are actually, on that side of Hobart Port, there are 3 active wharves. Aside from 6, there are 5 and 4 as well. So when multiple vessels are in, they are tied up along those wharves.
And I was interested in that too, Dr. Martin. So when the other icebreakers have come into Hobart, do they have the same issue that they can't go under the bridge to refuel?
No. Largely the other vessels that come into Hobart are smaller than the RSV Noyina, right, and are therefore usually able to transit under the bridge under controlled conditions.
Okay. Also wanted to ask about the Australian Antarctic Strategy and 20-year action plan. Are you able to talk to some of the infrastructure upgrade priorities that are identified as part of that?
May I clarify, you've just said the Australian Antarctic Strategy and 20-year action plan, which is a federal plan. Did you mean the Tasmanian Antarctic Gateway Strategy?
Yes, sorry, I probably...
Certainly. Many of the infrastructure requirements we've identified as part of that are the ones that we've been talking about today. So in the 22 to 27 Tasmanian Antarctic Gateway Plan, we identified that there is a need for a long-term fuel solution in the Port of Hobart. We've identified an Antarctic Science Precinct. We've identified a number of smaller things, but in terms of infrastructure, they are the headline infrastructure that we're focusing on at the present moment. Oh, I will add actually upgrades to the Port of Hobart, which are underway at the present moment.
Thank you. Did you have any more?
No, I'm fine.
No?
Thanks, Chair.
No? Did you have any more?
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Okay. We might leave it there. Thank you very much for being here today. And if you are able to provide any of the additional information you asked for by the 16th of August, that would be much appreciated to the Secretariat. And you will also be sent a transcript of your evidence and have the opportunity to request any corrections to transcription errors. Thank you very much again.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll suspend now for a short break. I now welcome representatives of the Institute for Marine and Antarctic Science to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Professor Rufus Black, Vice-Chancellor of the University of Tasmania.
Professor Nicole Webster, the Executive Director of the Institute for Marine and Antarctic Studies at the University of Tasmania.
Thank you, and thank you for being here today. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing of proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to make an opening statement before we proceed to questions.
Thank you. Scientific leadership is foundational to Australia's ability to maintain sovereignty in Antarctica. Without significant scientific endeavour, our leadership in the region gets diminished as other nations dramatically increase their research investments and fieldwork in Australia's Antarctic territory and its adjacent ocean. Australia's university research sector is critical to building the knowledge of Antarctica, and the University of Tasmania plays a particularly important leadership role. We've invested over $160 million into Antarctic science over the last decade, and we've been the lead or co-author of 36% of Australian-affiliated Antarctic and Southern Ocean research projects over that time. We're also the only university that educates students in Antarctic science and has an entire degree built around it. That enduring commitment to the Antarctic and Southern Ocean and the science and development of the people needed to support it positions the University of Tasmania in the top 3 Antarctic scientific research institutes globally. We are proud to host 2 major collaborative research organisations on behalf of our partners, the Australian Centre for the Australian Centre of Excellence in Antarctic Science and the Australian Antarctic Program Partnership. Together, these programs build a national capability that allows Australia to best understand and protect Antarctica and the Southern Ocean. Further, the University of Tasmania is essential to ensuring the holistic delivery of the outcomes to support that over the years. Australian Antarctic science has never been more urgent, and it provides the critical knowledge on climate extremes and environmental futures that will shape Australian society and our international environment. Yet Australia's capacity to deliver successfully on its Antarctic interests is currently at risk due to disconnected and disjointed funding, governance models and an operating environment that does not provide certainty for long-term planning and delivery of science. Ensuring appropriate resourcing of Antarctic and Southern Ocean research is critical if Australia is to achieve its stated national interests, and our written submission provides a number of recommendations that we believe will help overcome the risk of disconnected and disjointed governance, short-term funding and logistics challenges that are currently impacting Australian Antarctic science and Southern Ocean research programs, particularly those being delivered by the university sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to go to what you were just saying about disjointed funding and the implications of that for, achieving scientific goals. Could you elaborate on that for us? Thank you.
Yes, certainly. The challenge of the Antarctic funding system, if you like, is that we have one process that organises a national science plan. We have a different process, in fact we have two of them, that sort out funding, and then the third piece about logistics. That is not and they are not integrated. So those funding bodies may or may not deliver against the science plan. That funding may or may not have logistics connected to it. So the ability to actually have a joined up system, we don't have that. So you can easily get the consequence of that is you may well have research projects fully funded, scientists committed, and then no logistics to support them, despite the fact we've got major research funding entities determining that this is the right science to happen, but it isn't coordinated with the logistics. So those things are a real challenge, and then when you've got a decadal plan, which is, we're very supportive of having a decadal plan, but you don't have decadal funding, then the ability to ensure that the effectively long-term science campaigns really that need to characterise this work actually have a funding basis for them to happen at all. When those programs terminate in an uncoordinated way, as they currently do, then your ability to ensure that that really significant, substantial programmatic work is delivered becomes again compromised. So we have the elements of a system, but we actually don't have a system.
Okay. And you, the university has a collaborative relationship with the Australian Antarctic Division. Are you, when you're referring to the separation between logistics and the other priorities, are you referring to the system with like that?
Yeah, they in a sense, we get on very well with them. We're terrific collaborative partners, but the funding that, for example, the Australian Research Council may provide, that does not coordinate with AAD's. They may have had input, provided some advice, but there's no formal coordination that ensures that those programs actually have a logistics commitment that go with them. So they're AAD in that sense. They're not the system manager.
Right, and logistics would have to go through AAD. Is that correct?
Logistics, yeah. Well, partially. For most Australian science, AAD is the main logistics provider. There have been occasions where we have been involved in used other nations' logistics capability to do pieces of our work. But yes, AAD is the one that Australia should be. Logistics should be coordinated through them, and the research programs should come with a package of funding and logistics joined up, well planned over time, so that when we make the huge commitments and they're huge people commitments, the huge time commitments, parallel university investments, that we can be assured that science will actually happen.
Mm-hmm. So how would you recommend that we streamline that process?
So look, there are different institutional structures that you could use to do it. We have recommended that there actually needs to be a coordinating entity that in fact sees all those parts of the system properly coordinated. There's somebody we have recommended that there is an entity that joins those three parts: the plan, the funding, the logistics up, so that we really do actually have a coordinated system.
Mm-hmm. And I understand that Australia's ability to, do cutting-edge science in Antarctica is key to our territorial claim and to our relations with other countries. So could you elaborate on that?
Yeah, I might ask Nicole to speak to some of that agenda from the inside.
Yes, so scientific leadership is a critical pillar in Australia's leadership in Antarctica, and so the research that we undertake down there has global impacts, it has national impacts, but it also cements Australia's position in the overall structure of Antarctic leadership.
And this is really where we've sometimes described as science is diplomacy. On some of these difficult, kind of complex topics, our ability to have compelling, a very substantial volume of compelling science that supports Australia's position on any of the, for example, marine protection zones, that is the currency the diplomats have to use in negotiations which, are complex and contentious. The stronger that is, the less room to move other nations who might oppose Australia's interests have, and the more that other nations' scientists have to accept the peer-reviewed, commonly agreed propositions that our diplomacy is based on, again, the harder it is for them those other nations, to work against Australia's, and many other nations' interests in ensuring, the Antarctic values are maintained. So science is powerful. And the other piece that I'd sort of highlight is that we work very collaboratively with science across geopolitical divides. And those relationships also are very, in the long run, they are really fundamental to building a global scientific community where there's a shared scientific consensus, which again, I think the science that we generate supports Australia's objectives really well. So when we've got global scientific consensus, including of nations that may not share our vision and values for the Antarctic, that again really helps.
Noting, of course, that science, there's always more that we would like to be doing. Are there any specific parts of our science program that are missing, in your view?
So you heard from the Antarctic Division this morning the process around the development of the Australian Antarctic Science Decadal Plan. And so that was a really rigorous, robust consultation of the entire Antarctic science community to agree what the priorities are for future. So it's to get to the point that you're making, that there's an endless number of possibilities that we could undertake research in, but we actually need to narrow that down to what the big rocks are. And so I'm very comfortable that that's landed in a very good place. There's consensus amongst the Antarctic science community that the 6 priorities that are outlined in the Decadal Plan will actually position Australia for leadership in Antarctic science. We also, as Professor Black was saying, we also work very closely with other international programs to be able to leverage some of that work that we're going to be leading within Australia, and to get to the point of some of the challenges. That's actually one of the reasons we need that really, that certainty locked in to be able to enable us to plan that science in the longer term, because many of those campaigns are 5 to 10 years in the planning. So we can't be working in an operational environment where we don't have certainty from year to year about the operational delivery of the research programs.
Okay. Thank you. Deputy Chair.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you both for hosting us and giving the information that you have to date. Just a question around your involvement with the Southern Ocean Observing System. Is that something you're engaged with as well?
Yes, so the University of Tasmania is host to the Southern Ocean Observing System, has been for a number of years now. We are a very large supporter of the program. Up until this year, we funded more than 50% of the costs of actually supporting the Southern Ocean Observing System and having it based here in Hobart.
And will that continue?
Currently, we're looking at the financial situation. The university is under financial pressure. We've got changes in immigration policies that are affecting international student loads. So we're having to look very carefully about where our expenditure is going. We're trying to work with other partners. So the SOOS is an international initiative. Obviously, we host the international office here in Hobart, but it's our perspective that one single university should not be solely or the majority of responsibility lying with it to fund the Southern Ocean Observing System. So we're working very closely with Elise Hancock, the chair of SOOS, and we will undertake some conversations at the upcoming SCAR meeting in Chile, the Scientific Committee for Antarctic Research, to see how we can actually build an international platform of supporters for SOOS that gives it that financial sustainability in the longer term.
And given your experience in that field, are you of the view that there will be broader geopolitical interest in doing so, given the importance of having that global network?
Yes, I might pick that one up because I've been involved with this funding question in SOOS for some years. Unquestionably, yes. We know there is geopolitical interest in it. The reason we fund it at the level we currently do is because when the refunding of it came up, had we not significantly increased our funding of it, those geopolitical interests would have seen it go elsewhere. The university made this has occurred at least a couple of times now, substantial efforts to see Australian government funding for it, which had very limited success, despite the geopolitical importance of that data for the open open use in the scientific community globally. So we were very troubled by the fact that SUS, and we're delighted you're inquiring into it, we're delighted that this really significant geopolitical kind of resource has become the subject of public interest, because we have struggled to get any real interest in it. The only people who were seriously interested and geopolitically worried about it were actually our American friends, where they actually were very clear that its loss to into a different environment would be a very serious matter, and they were the ones who were willing to act on our behalf to be making a case for the need for a better international solution. So this is a pressing and worrying problem from our perspective, geopolitically, not just scientifically.
Yeah, and can I just take that a little step further then? The geopolitical circumstances you referred briefly or in your submission around Australia's sovereignty and claim in Antarctica. And are you seeing, and you've alluded to it, that there are other conflicting potential interests, and is there anything further in that space that you wanted to add at this point?
When you look at the science footprint, the kind of science footprint in Australia's territory, clearly any activity under the mechanism, the treaty, doesn't count towards sovereign claims at present. But it's of long-term consequence, the footprint that other nations establish in what is Australia's claimed territory, the nature of what those, where they sit, what they're looking at, what their future possibilities that might open up in the second half of this century. I mean, our university view is Australia is there to govern Antarctica for the centuries, not just till 2050. I mean, arguably not even just till 2100. And you've seen the way Antarctica might change as climate changes it. That really will fundamentally change the geopolitical significance of it, because it may, we don't know whether resources can viably or not be extracted from there, but in a very changed climate they might. And the role it will play in the globe will be very different. So Australia should be playing the 100-year game, not the short-term 5-10-year funding game. We should be playing the 100-year game. And our view as a university is we could be playing that game far better if we were able to have a more substantial scientific footprint in Australia's territories in the Antarctic.
Right, just one more, Chair. Can I have just one more? Just around the proposed planning for the precinct, around the wharf itself and the port area, and I understand there's a potential Antarctic and science precinct plan for that area. Could I ask what UTAS's engagement, involvement, presence, given you've got existing capability and presence where you are, what would your role be in that particular location?
Yeah, so that has been explored for now quite some number of years. Various relatively developed proposals have emerged. We have always said maintaining kind of close working relationships between the different parts of the Antarctic ecosystem are critical. If there was an opportunity that saw all of those in Hobart brought together in one place, ourselves, AED, CSIRO, with a shared set of facilities to better enable kind of science, we would certainly be open to that. More than open to that. We've collaborated with those who've sought to develop those ideas over time, because that vision has the potential to advance science quite significantly. So we've been very open to that possibility when it's been explored.
Thanks, Professor. Thank you, Chair.
Senator McLaughlin.
Yes, I want to take you to your recommendation on a Australian National Antarctic Research Institute. What struck me with your briefs, and thank you for those, was one, the complexity of the various bodies funding your researchers.
Yeah.
The maze, the complexity.
Yeah.
And I have some understanding of ARC, although in my lifetime I'll never fully understand ARC funding. It's a particular university art form. And then there's the council, then there's the partnership, and then there's the observing system. I know these sort of concepts evolve, and I know it's been recommended previously. Is the aspiration that all that folds into one institute so that you have the division and the institute? Is that the dream? Not from the industry's perspective, Arctic research perspective, and then the university's perspective.
So look, we can't speak for others in the system, but we can see a much simpler world where there is there is one plan, there is a consolidated pool of funding, so we've got one funding source to fund one plan. For that funding to be well delivered, you will always need a diversity of entities to deliver that because people will have different specialisations. So it's important, and there's always an appropriately competitive component in science. We have said, though, that for that to be well done, there is a baseline of monitoring research that is should just be going on. There's a kind of consistent collection of data that should be funded long-term, solid reliance on it, and then you will have decadal kind of projects, and you have more shorter-term, probably more kind of innovation, competitive-driven projects. So quite a simple, in a sense, structure which that funding should be delivered against. There will be different players doing those different pieces of work, and then a logistics provider who does provide the logistics for the bases and the observing places where all of that, the observation happens, and the logistics to support the rest of it. The entity we're talking about makes sure that system works well.
So in your mind, your concept of the institute is
it's the
that
coordinating
body.
Entity, yes.
I appreciate these things evolve and when they're unrolled. So would the institute be in the model that you're outlining there, be the determiner of the research grants? It would receive the money and then make its assessments, maybe into the University of Tasmania, maybe other professional researchers elsewhere. Is that?
That's correct. And then it would also, but it wouldn't do that without having then sorted out what the logistics AAD would provide.
Correct.
So it's not going to deliver that unless it says, I can see that we've got, this decadal kind of ice sheet monitoring that we want to do and research. Yes, we've got funding for that. Here are the universities we do with that, and here's the voyages that we would need to do it. So we put that together as a well-organised package, and then we move that forward. That isn't how the world works today.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. My questions come from the point of view of clarity on how you see the preferred model. Now I'm coming to I'm slightly shifting to the tempo of science. So the science is really important, is from what I grasp from my briefs, in understanding the effects of climate change and giving us a measure from the distant past. So they're I'm a lawyer by trade, not a scientist. So from my perspective, looking at it, there's a need to keep the tempo of that science up to improve the understanding in the globe about the impacts of climate change and the impacts of humans on the planet. Yeah. Okay? So where does the government or someone like me, get a feel for how we need to increase the pace of scientific research, and then from there, once I understand that, the government, how much we should be funding or additionally funding, because a lot of just so from my perspective, and a lot of it's about, obviously there's capacity constraints, there's funding constraints, and the science community fits into that. But I would like to turn the debate around and say, what is the preferred pace given the pressures on the planet, and then where do I look for that, and then work backwards? Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Yeah.
Maybe not well articulated, but anyway.
Yeah. Krista Webster.
I think that you've accurately captured the need for an uptick in the tempo. I think that's really critically important. We're not in a position where we would want to be even maintaining status quo versus actually reducing our research effort in Antarctica when we look at what's some of the current shifts that we're seeing in terms of regime shifts in the extent of sea ice, in terms of the vulnerability of the ice sheets, in terms of that overturning circulation and what that means for global climate and food security and a whole range of other things. So I think we've got a real challenge in being able to adequately communicate publicly some of the direct linkages between what happens in Antarctica and what that means for us here in Australia, and what it also means for things like national security, what it means for food security, what it means for health, what it means for how in 5 years' time we're going to make decisions about where we want to place a particular piece of infrastructure like a hospital. Actually doing the research in Antarctica actually informs those decisions. So the criticality is huge, and it's increasing as the climate continues to change. How we get a whole of government response to that, I'm really looking to this inquiry and other inquiries to actually help support that, because this is not something that should just sit in DQ or in DFAT or in DESA or in the Department of Defence. It really requires a whole of government response because of the different linkages that the research that needs to happen in Antarctica has for Australia and for other areas in the Indo-Pacific.
And Senator, I think nobody's ever asked the question to us in quite that way, which is, normally there's a pool of funding, and the question is, what would you do with that funding? It is a really different question. I think it's a very good one to say, how much would you need in order to get what we need in the timely way we need it? That would be a great question to be asked to provide an answer to, because that isn't how the funding discussion has been framed. I certainly know our colleagues would make a case for a substantially larger portion of funding, because when we last did an ARC, our last big ARC bid was for substantially more than what we actually received, and that was to go after this big question of, how do we coordinate, how do we create a linked set of models between what's happening in the ocean, what's happening on the ice, what's happening on the atmosphere. And you probably noted in the presentations the other day, even what we currently know isn't all of that. What we currently know isn't even in the in the kind of global models. But we don't even have the fully joined up Antarctic model yet between those three domains. Our view a few years ago was you would need substantially more resources than we actually got to be able to do that. And our work on that terminates in 2 years' time. So our funding for that absolutely critical piece of work, there is no confirmed funding beyond the next 2 years. So that really critical for the planet's future bit of funding at the moment, we've got a whole group of scientists with an uncertain future because there is no forward funding currently for that work.
I think the timing for answering the question that you've asked is now. We've got a decadal plan. We now need to match that with an implementation plan, which allows us to cost out exactly what it would cost. I think I presented to the panel just the other day when you visited at IMAS the fact that actually our funding has evolved through time, through various different models, through cooperative research centres, culminating now in the Australian Antarctic Program Partnership. But since 2019, we've basically been receiving about $5 million per annum for Antarctic science. That hasn't indexed over the last 30 years. So actually the resources that we have available to do science today is about 2/3 less than what we had back in 2000 and, the early 2000s. And so being able to do the work now to actually map out what it would cost to deliver and implement the decadal plan is perfectly timed, I think.
Is there, sorry, I'm still on the call? Yeah. So is there an international body or the UN that says we need this information? I mean, I know the global answer will be now, but we have to be realistic. Is there outside of the university? Because in an advocacy sense, right, I understand the university's position and I'm obviously, by the nature of my question, supportive. but from an advocacy perspective in the global system of geopolitics, where does someone like myself look for, firstly, the need, so a sense of independence, and then from the way my mind thinks is then, okay, how do we respond? Is there a scientific body I can look at that says these are the gaps, these have to be filled, we can't make decisions on a global scale about the impacts of climate change without this, and then it allows advocacy for someone like me a little easier.
So there's exactly that. The body is called the Scientific Committee for Antarctic Research, SCAR, and it really helps work with the treaty, it helps work with CAMLA to actually say what are the science priorities. It does horizon scans, so it works with the international community to say what are the most important scientific questions for the coming period, what kind of resources would be required to be able to deliver that. And there is an upcoming meeting of SCAR in August in Chile, and every country has a delegate to SCAR. Ours is the chair of the National Committee for Antarctic Research, which sits in the Academy of Science. So that's the perfect forum to be able to set those scientific priorities and be able to then feed them into things like the Antarctic Treaty System, the Committee for Environmental Protection, to UNFCCC. We have organisations like the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change, actually clearly articulating what their science gap knowledge is, and so that actually gives us the perfect platform to build the science programs around those knowledge gaps.
This might be a slightly unfair question to the university, but how is that fed back into government? That's through DFAT, is it? Or it's probably outside the remit of the university, but how does it where do I look when I'm in Canberra, and whose web page do I look at? There's a more simple question.
So the Australian Antarctic Division has a really clear responsibility there. SCAR sits at the Antarctic Treaty meetings. It presents its papers. The delegates from the Australian Antarctic Division also sit in those meetings and have the opportunity to feed that back into broader whole of government.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Just following on from that, so the IPCC sets out the knowledge gaps. What are the implications of us not filling those gaps?
The implications are that we're less prepared than we need to be able to make decisions around all of the things that I've just talked about. If we look at one of the key knowledge gaps being the vulnerability of the Antarctic ice sheet, which currently holds something in the order of 56 metres of potential for global sea level rise, actually resolving the uncertainty about whether we're really looking at a 30 centimetre increase in sea level or a greater than 1 metre increase in sea level actually then plays into all of the decisions that government has got to make about how to do infrastructure planning, how to support health, how to support food security, how to support our national defences, considering that there's going to be millions of people displaced by that sea level rise. So without doing the Antarctic science, we actually can't do the decision support that government needs to be able to make informed decisions on best available science.
I think, too, it takes us into the realm. When you heard the scientists the other day, these are unexpected things at levels that genuinely surprise them. And I think as a policymakers, we should be worried when scientists are seeing phenomena for which they did not expect and for which they don't have explanations, and where our modelling doesn't enable us to understand what the implications of those are. So we are, and this is, I think, with the whole climate as a university, one of the things we worry about is that we are travelling now into territory for which we don't have knowledge or explanations. And given the global impact, let alone the Australian impact of that, we should be wanting to resolve those uncertainties as fast as we can, because history's plenty of civilizations. You know, we take the long view of history, there are plenty of civilizations that have not made it through or been severely impacted by not managing their changing environment. We are in one of those eras, flying blind.
And you mentioned the $5 million of funding roughly remaining the same over many years. What are you able to point to? I mean, I guess if you're not at least adjusting something for inflation, you're essentially cutting it in real terms. So what are you able to point? I know this is a difficult question, but are you able to point to the impact of that on things that we should have been doing, or would have been doing, or would like to be doing?
Yes, there's a combination of the fact that the funding hasn't been indexed over time. So in real terms, we have less resources available, but there's been some really very large logistical challenges over recent years as well. So if we look back a couple of years ago, scientists had spent about 5 years planning for something called a marginal ice zone voyage. This was a national and international consortium of people that came together to say, we really need to better understand the sensitivity in that sea ice system. Because the ship was delayed in arriving and there was no other available ship that had the scientific capability needed to undertake that, the voyage was actually cancelled. So that actually positioned us at a time when we've seen catastrophic declines in sea ice extent that we can't explain, as Professor Black has just said. We should have been in the field at that particular point in time and we weren't able to because we didn't have adequate resources, and we also didn't have the available logistics to be able to put us there. So that actually puts us very far behind. We weren't in the field when we most actually needed to be there to be able to understand that catastrophic drop-off in the sea ice extent. There's other examples like that one.
And has that moment passed now? Is that something that can't be done now? Yeah.
We can't go back in time, but we do try to use other scientific capability like satellite data and other things to try and best understand the system when we're not able to be in the field taking in situ measurements.
Thank you.
And on the back of what the last couple of questions and answers, then the 60 days that's currently being used for specific science work by NOIENA. From what you've said, I gather you'd be supportive in an increase in those science-specific days spent in that role.
Yes.
Significantly so?
Emphatically so. So I would reflect that it's incredibly exciting that we're about to undertake the Denman Marine Campaign next season. But we have not had a dedicated marine science voyage on an Australian icebreaker since 2017. That's a 7-year hiatus in Antarctic marine science at a time when it's never been more needed, when we've got changes to the overturning circulation, where we've got drop-off of sea ice that we've never seen before and can't explain, where we've got hot water intruding under ice sheets contributing to their vulnerability. So we need to be in the field much more so than we've been in the past. And up until the commitment for the Denman Marine Campaign, we've actually been less so.
Right. Thanks.
If I may, you've probably seen in our submission, we very strongly advocate Australia needs a two-ship solution. We do need a vessel that manages the logistics so that the science doesn't get compromised. And given the very understandable and important need to ensure that our bases are upgraded and properly maintained and all of the things, there is a very, the peak logistics requirement we recognise has gone up, and it's very important for the division to be able to deliver that. Our view is we cannot achieve Australia's objectives with one ship.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Did you have any further questions?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just keen to unpack that around the two ships a bit more. Are you able to just elaborate on why and what sort of capabilities we don't have because of the one ship?
Well, I think the core here is we've tried to get one vessel to do all the things we need to do. We have and that puts science and logistics constantly in tension with each other. Yeah. And the difficulty will be is that logistics, the Antarctic will have to trump science because people's lives depend on it and their safety depends on it. When the division has a very large logistics task of upgrading and maintaining our bases, the sheer demands on the logistics requirement, in our view, are exceeding right now the capacity to reliably deliver the science program. And as Professor Webster highlighted, if you catch one of these voyages years in the making, it is enormously disruptive to the science agenda. So we would be able to achieve the security of both logistics and science with a second vessel. It's a much simpler vessel, a logistics vessel. Yes, it's an icebreaker, but we are not trying to equip it with all of the complex. You've seen the Naina is a magnificent vessel for doing science. It's a much simpler need if we do it that way. That gives Australia the flexibility to be able to manage its Antarctic operations with a great deal more, flexibility than we currently have, where we are so bottlenecked around one vessel.
I think we have probably one of the most sophisticated science platforms in the world in RSV Noina, yet we spend over 2/3 of her time actually carrying cargo and refueling stations. It actually doesn't make sense to use the asset in that way. There's also significant opportunities in the international space. I talked before about international collaborations. There's a program at the moment that's in the embryonic stages of development called Antarctica in Sync, which is where all of the national Antarctic programs have come together to say, how can we actually undertake the science that's needed at scale of the entire continent? But to be able to do that sort of work, to be able to build those international consortia, we actually need certainty that assets like the icebreaker and the aviation facilities will actually be available in the year 2027 to 2030. We can't plan for that currently because we actually don't have the additional capacity in the vessel. It's primarily being used for resupply.
Okay.
Yes, and look, and there are multiple solutions. I mean, it's worth noting Australia has very little Southern Ocean capability. We don't have, our warships are not ice hardened. Even New Zealand has more ice hardened naval vessels than we do. So we have very little national capability to be in these ice zones. So other nations maintain a much better capability to be in these ice zones than Australia does. Despite us having the largest claim to the Antarctic, we have one of the weakest capacities to actually be present in the region which we claim. That doesn't seem to make strategic sense either.
Okay, thank you. Just checking no one had... No?
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for your time today. I don't know that we'd ask for any additional information, but if so, if you could please forward it to the Secretariat by the 16th of August. And you'll also be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, and we'll have an opportunity to request any corrections to transcription errors. Thank you again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Should we check that he's happy? I now welcome Adjunct Professor Tony Press to give evidence. Thank you. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
My name's Tony Press. I'm an adjunct professor at the University of Tasmania, and even though I wear a few hats, I'm appearing in my personal capacity.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing of proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to make an opening statement before we proceed to questions.
Thank you. As I mentioned, I do wear a number of hats, and I'm the chair of the Tasmanian Antarctic Gateway Advisory Committee, which advises the government, in this case the Premier, on Hobart as an Antarctic gateway. I'm an adjunct professor at the University of Tasmania in the Institute for Marine and Antarctic Studies. I'm one of the primary investigators, principal investigators on a very big Australian Research Council grant, which is just winding up, which looked at the geopolitical futures of Antarctica and the implications for geopolitical change in Antarctica. I used to be, once upon a time, the director of the Australian Antarctic Division and the chair of the Committee for Environmental Protection and Australia's Commissioner to the Commission on the Conservation of Antarctic Marine Living Resources. I'm chair of the board of the ARC, Australian Research Council, Climate Extremes research body, and I'm the secretary of the pro bono secretary of the Antarctic Science Foundation. I have a long and abiding interest in Antarctic affairs and in recent years, particularly in geopolitical change and the implications that that has for Australia. My interest in particular is how Australia protects its national interests, how Australia's Antarctic interests are protected, and what Australia needs to do to protect those interests and to participate as a leading country in the Antarctic Treaty System. I don't want to go over evidences that have been given before, but I will just put on the record right at the start that I do have some divergence with my Vice-Chancellor about solutions to the issues of how funding is administered for Antarctic science. And I would like to support the view that the Southern Ocean Observing System Secretariat is something that Australia could quite easily lose if it does not pay attention to the fact that it is an issue and it's something that should be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Press. It's great to have you here today. Where to begin? I suppose, first of all, to go to the geopolitical perspective and the importance of, Australia protecting our territorial claim and the national interest. And we've heard, of course, that our scientific leadership is key to that. Do you feel that we are currently fulfilling that as we need to, or are there areas where you feel we're dropping the ball, for want of a better description?
I've addressed some of those issues in my submission, and actually I've gone through the recommendations I made in my submission, and they all stand as they were when I wrote them. I see no need to change them. But specifically to your question, as Rufus said earlier, science is the currency of influence in the Antarctic Treaty System. And even though Australia is an original signatory to the Antarctic Treaty and therefore automatically a consultative party and can never lose that status, it's still important for Australia to be deeply engaged in science. And there's two reasons for that. One is that Antarctica plays a key role in the global climate system. What Antarctica does influences the whole world, and anything that changes in Antarctica will have an impact around the globe. The other reason is that Antarctica has direct influence on Australian climate and weather. We know from the ice core records that droughts in southwestern Western Australia are correlated with heavy snowfall in Antarctica. We know that those two parts of the globe are deeply linked. We know that things that happen in Antarctica influence the Murray-Darling Basin system, rainfall, drought, extreme events. So even if we weren't a claimant state, even if we weren't an original signatory to the Antarctic Treaty, doing science in Antarctica is really fundamental to our own national interest. Have we dropped the ball? I don't think we've dropped the ball, but there's been a number of perturbations. COVID-19 was one of them that deeply affected the ability of all countries to conduct science in Antarctica, and we're still working through the ramifications of that. There have been significant investments in Antarctic science and Antarctic science capability, but we can do it better, and we can do more of it, and we should be doing it better, and we should be doing more of it.
Thank you. And in your submission, you described the need for a whole of government responses. Can you describe what needs to change to be delivering on that?
What needs to improve, I think, and with that some change, whole of government actually means paying attention. It doesn't mean having a meeting once a year to tick off a checklist. The geopolitical changes that are happening globally are now leaching into Antarctic geopolitics. So that means that decisions made by the Antarctic Division need to link up with our geopolitical influence through the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. They need to link up with decisions and planning made by, for instance, the Department of Defence in the way that it logistically supports the Antarctic program, needs to tie in with the interests and responsibilities of other government departments. These issues should be discussed at least regularly at cabinet level. They need to be on the agendas of bodies inside government, like the National Committee on National Security. There needs to be engagement at the Secretary and Deputy Secretary level across all departments and all agencies that have interest in things Antarctic and also geopolitical interests that may impact on the Antarctic. And that includes the various acronyms that the government has doing things for them.
Yep. Thank you. Do you feel that Australia is undertaking enough inspections of other nations' Antarctic operations?
The answer to that is I think Australia's done the best it possibly could do over the last few years, the last decade. Doing inspections is logistically complex. It's always subject to the A factor, the Antarctic factor, whether the weather interferes, whether the weather allows it to happen. whether an accident over there means the ship's diverted. All of those kinds of things impact our ability to do inspections. I think we should encourage all of our partners to be actively engaged in inspections, particularly of sites that require inspection because they're environmentally deficient, or because we need to ensure the integrity of the Antarctic Treaty System and particularly issues to do with non-militarisation and the use of Antarctic facilities. I'm very interested, and have been having these discussions within Australia and elsewhere. I think we should be part of an international engagement in modernising the inspection regime in Antarctica, being able to do inspections from remote facilities, including the use of satellite imagery and the like, being able to inspect using drones and equipment like that, aerial inspections, that would reduce the overall costs of doing inspections. And I still think you need to do physical inspections, but not necessarily every inspection needs to be physical.
Right. And do you feel that Australia has sufficient capacity to undertake these inspections without relying on other nations for things like aerial transport?
Oh, I don't think any nation has it depends on where you want to go. I don't think any single nation has the capacity to inspect every station at any point in time. Logistics are very difficult. Australia has very good logistics and very good access to other nations' logistics, and I think there will always be the need to interact with other nations one way or another. And I don't actually think it's necessary for one country to be able to carry out an inspection of any station anywhere. But I do think overall, if you were looking at it from an Australian national interest perspective, then either Australia or somebody that Australia has common views with, are like-minded, we should be planning inspections so that they are able to be undertaken in a regular and timely manner. Inspections are really the source of mutual assurance. The original inspection regime, which was quite innovative because it allowed for aerial inspections, for instance. So in 1958, the ability for any country to inspect another nation's facility without prior notice was quite innovative. It's the Cold War. We need to upgrade that ability to a 2030, 2040, 2050 context and be able to use the facilities and the equipment that we've got now.
Thank you. Deputy Chair.
So thank you, Doctor. So building on what you've already said and not said perhaps, do you see the pressures increasing or decreasing on Australia's sovereignty and claim in Antarctica?
I see geopolitical pressures increasing, but let me start off by saying Australia's sovereignty in Antarctica is real. It's not mythological. It has foundations in international law, and it is supported by history, by activity, and by legislation. The Antarctic Treaty, while it's in force, no action or activity or facility by any country in Antarctica can be used as the basis of a claim while the Antarctic Treaty is in force. So if as many think tanks do, they worry that an action by country X might be used to assert sovereignty in Antarctica. Let's say Iran. Iran's talking about trying to put a naval base in Antarctica. Well, nothing that Iran can do while the treaty's in force, unless they or others resort to belligerence, can in international law give them any status in the future about asserting a territorial claim. That's already covered by the Antarctic Treaty, and that will remain like that while the Antarctic Treaty is in force. Nonetheless, activities of countries, I mentioned Iran, there may be others that think that they could, it might even be a company, let's talk about somebody like Musk. They might think that they could go to Antarctica and do something that might somehow affect sovereignty. Well, unless they turn to belligerence in the future, under international law it won't.
So that type of country and perhaps others, do they have any other capacity to undermine the treaty system that would impact on Australia's national interest?
Oh yes, very much so.
I'd be very interested in what they are, please, Professor.
That's why. That's partly why it was one of the big motivators of the Geopolitical project that myself and other colleagues around Australia and internationally have been engaged in. They can. The most insidious way of doing it is to try and alter the modes and norms of international law. By pushing the boundaries, some people use the term grey zone, but I'm not really talking about warfare here. I'm actually talking about lawfare and international engagement. And the way you do that is by reinterpreting what that particular treaty or document says, and then saying, we're being consistent with it because we've read the treaty and we say it says this. Now, I do a lot of reviewing of international, of research papers in international journals, and I can tell you now that I see more and more papers coming from China, for instance, where they are being written in such a way that there is the Antarctic Treaty, for instance, interpreted differently in the Chinese image. And this is now starting to infiltrate discussions in the Commission for the Conservation of Antarctic Marine Living Resources. It's starting to influence discussions in the Antarctic Treaty Consultative Meeting. And I did mention China, but Russia's doing the same thing, but you will see more of these kinds of reinterpretations of international law as geopolitics evolves over the next 10, 20 years.
So on the back of that then, and given the critical nature of Australia's role in Antarctica, what do you think the Australian government should be doing to reinforce Australia's interests in Antarctica? You've got a particular role, but what is it that you think the Australian government should be doing to further reinforce Australia's interests?
The most important thing Australia should do is to invest more heavily, more actively. I'm not just talking about money here, but I'm talking about having an investment in capability and capacity to engage internationally with our partners, with our like-mindeds, and with countries that aren't our like-mindeds on Antarctic-related matters. We should be carrying Antarctica as an agenda item in things like OSMIN. We should be talking to emerging, to countries who are starting to engage more with Australia in other areas, but say, for instance, Japan and Korea, where I've been a number of times over the last few years. They're engaging more with Australia. We should be engaging more with them on Antarctic in Antarctic diplomacy.
Through DFAT or other?
Oh, through DFAT.
Or across the board?
Yeah, through DFAT, through some of the security dialogues, through any kind of engagement where we might be able to share common views about geopolitics and where that might evolve.
But in maintaining the integrity of the actual agreements that are currently in place and our Australia's claim, you see, and given what you're saying is coming out of other countries that can undermine some of that, those interests.
Look, our first group of people we should be engaging with, if you want to look at it in terms of clusters, the other claimant states,
yes.
Argentina, Chile, the United Kingdom, France, New Zealand, Norway, particularly. And I think sometimes we neglect that. We should be doing more there. We should definitely be engaging much more with the US on Antarctic affairs. So even though the US doesn't recognise Australia's claim to Antarctica or any other claim, and they also have this view that any or all of Antarctica is theirs to claim at some time, maybe. Their interests are the same. Their interest in maintaining the Antarctic Treaty System is the same. We should be engaging over and above that, as I said, with our regional partners. We should be engaging with our Southern Hemisphere partners and gateway partners. We should be engaging with partners that see the environment as being a critical part of their worldview. Sweden, Germany, the other Scandinavian countries. So I'm actually drawing a map of all of this.
You are.
Myself and my colleagues, because I think having a little map of Antarctica and the various kinds of engagements Australia has will really focus people's interests and focus their attention on how to do this.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Chair.
Senator McLaughlin.
Yes, thank you. There was, in our various briefs, there was some discussion over our lack of capability or restraints on our capability in accessing Antarctica in winter. So should that be an aspiration? Because I'm not coming from a particular position, I was left unclear and reflected on it. Should we be aspiring to have that capability to get down in winter? I mean, I understand that the US and New Zealand have that capability, whether by flight or ship. And if so, why is it important?
I made a recommendation I think it was in my 2014 report, that Australia should explore the options for year-round capability. Now, you might only need that capability for emergency purposes in winter, and you can see that quite recently Australia actually engaged with others in a mid-winter rescue in Antarctica. We've done it in the past. I think it's important that we do have that capability. It's not easy to deliver, but we should have the capability in extreme circumstances to be able to get to Antarctica to do particular things. Year-round access these days probably doesn't require a 300-metre paved runway, but it may require investment in other capabilities, ice runways, or the ability to bring a ship near shore, as near a shore you can, and use long-range aircraft. It's those kinds of options that we should be exploring into the future.
Could I ask?
Sure.
Sorry to interrupt. Just following on from that, I guess I just wanted to confirm, do other countries have that capability now to get there in winter if they have to?
Only marginally. Any country that can do it, like the US or New Zealand or Australia, for instance, at least on the main part of the continent. If you go to the Antarctic Peninsula, it's a lot easier to get access, and countries do have access in the Antarctic Peninsula. But I'm talking here about West Antarctica, where we operate, the South Pole, Dronning Maudland. The capabilities are marginal.
Right. Okay. Sorry, Senator. Thank you.
When you refer to your 2014 recommendation, is that public?
Yeah, I can send you I can give the committee a copy, but it's the 20-year Australian Antarctic
You can take it on notice.
strategy.
You can take it on notice, and if you could provide it, or at least give us a reference
I'll
point.
provide it to you.
That's all right. No, I
I
just.
wrote it. Rhonda Bartley, who gave evidence here earlier, and I worked on that. The name escapes me. Sorry.
No, that's fine. If there's something worth reviewing Hansard, and then forgetting to ask you exactly where it is.
20-year Australian Antarctic Strategic Plan, and it's on the Antarctic Division's website. You can find it there.
If there's any other references you can think about, please provide the Secretary in relation to making a recommendation for winter access capability. You don't have to answer now.
I think that'd be it directly from me. Any of the other work that was done on that would have been done through the Antarctic Division.
What is the drive, to the extent that you're aware, maybe a little unfair question, does New Zealand invest in the capability? Given the scale of our engagement, they're another Pacific nation which has interests. I understand that, but that's a considerable investment, I'd imagine, from a nation with a different scale of engagement in Antarctica. Can you shed some light on that, or?
Yes, New Zealand has a singular advantage, and that is that the US runs by far the majority of its logistics out of Christchurch into McMurdo, and then beyond McMurdo to the South Pole and that general region, and New Zealand and the US work very closely on logistics. The vast majority of the logistics, huge majority of the logistics is US logistics. But the New Zealand Air Force has capabilities which they use in Antarctica.
Right, that's very helpful. Thinking of winter access more generally, should Australia be contemplating putting a station outside of its claiming area for either logistics or geopolitics? And I mean probably on the there's a lot around the peninsula, for example. And I'm thinking also the British seem to take a focus from the Falklands. We are, in all the evidence, quite rightly, working within the existing parameters from Australia, Hobart, to our area of interest, our area of claim. Are we thinking too narrowly, given the geopolitics and our long and hope everlasting investment in the continent? Are we being myopic?
Okay. My answer to that is, in our national interests, we should be looking at the capabilities we've got now, how they can be expanded, and what that expansion will deliver. If you ask me where my priorities would be, I would say if we were going to do something new and put a seasonal or other facility somewhere new, I would do it in the sector adjacent to New Zealand, between New Zealand and the French Adelie land, where we don't have much activity at the moment at all, in order to underpin our demonstration of sovereignty in there. I do think that there are more things we could do with our partners, like the United Kingdom, other claimant states like Chile and Argentina, in the peninsula area, collaborative science projects and things like that. But I don't think Australia should expend cash money on building facilities in that part of the world. We should be expanding our ability to get anywhere in Antarctica without having to build something.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Did you have any? Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Press. If you are able to provide any additional information by the 16th of August, that would be much appreciated. And you will also be sent a transcript of your evidence, and we'll have an opportunity to request any corrections to transcription errors. I also want to thank the committee members for their participation, as well as the Secretariat and broadcasting, and all of the witnesses again for their time, and this hearing is now adjourned. Thank you. Thank you.